Test, test, test.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the 91st Annual Junior Livestock Show of Spokane. We'd like to thank our title sponsor, the Duke and Ruth Vet Trust, and the Robert V. Baker Foundation. The sheep industry sponsor was Washington Wool Growers, and they did the education grant. And then our ring sponsors this year is Ag Enterprise Supply. Located near Cheney, Ag Enterprise has provided a comprehensive line of fertilizers and crop production products to the inland northwest farmers since 1980. Operations also include an extensive agricultural equipment manufacturing and parts department. Tell Cal we sent you. Learn more at agenterprise.com. Our judge today is Gene Wynn. He joins us from Torrance County, New Mexico. He attended New Mexico State University, where he earned his bachelor's and master's degree in agriculture and extension education, and is now retired from his position as agricultural extension and 4-H agent county director for the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service. Alongside his family, they run 100 head of Club Lambs operation, and he brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the show ring. Please help me welcome Gene Wynn to sort our sheep and goat show. And if we can have everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance We're going to go ahead and get started. For Class 1 of FFA Market Lambs, we have Aurora Beal, Chloe Orstrander, Michaela Lusting, Spain Driver, Cutter Driver, Kinsley Hudkins, Tegan Inglis, Rosalind McGill Castell, and Grace Burns.
Well, hey, good morning. Really nice class here to start off our morning here with our market lambs. I think a logical one for me to start off with today. He's the one that's opened up. He's square made. Really handles good down his top side in terms of his rack shape, his width and dimension over his loin. His edges are good. He angles right when you get behind him. He's muscular. He's shapely. And then, of course, he touches and handles really correct in terms of that condition today. You step back and you study him. I love him down his top line in terms of levelness. I think, again, he's one that's good on his feet and legs in terms of footwork, in terms of bone. I think he's good there. Again, we put him into motion. I think he maintains himself well. You might shallow him just a notch there, maybe drop his flank and make him balance just a notch better, but that's getting awful picky on one that wins a class pretty handily for me. I think it's a little closer between second and third here. The blue ewe lamb's going to be next. I think she more closely follows our class winner in terms of when you step off and you study her. She's good and level down her top side. She's one, again, that's got some width and dimension. Really good in terms of where she hooks up at her hip-loin junction there. Again, I think she's got some thickness. You know, I'd like to change her and give her a little more bone, a little more foot size. Again, maybe just make her a notch more shallow through that front third. But again, I think in this particular class, the fundamentals and the basics, she's the one that needs to win the class, or excuse me, be second behind her winner in this class. The third place one's here, one I wish to get out and move a little bit better. I think this one more closely matches our class winner in terms of foot, bone. I like that. I think this one's correct in terms of touch and handle today. I think when you step off and you study this one, this is one, again, we get out and get it to move. It won't get itself gathered up and get on the move like I'd like. You study it on the profile. That one gets just a little weaker down that top line. Need to level it out through the dock there. Change that one up a little bit from those perspectives. And I think also give that one just a touch more muscle. But again, a nice class to start off with. If you would, let's give these young people a round of applause.
From Class 1, we have Cutter Driver, Michaela Lusting, and Spain Driver. In Class 2 of FFA Market Lambs, we have Cadence McLagan, Isabella Giles, Riley Canfield, Lad Bazer, Valerie Himley, Chloe Orstrander, Kesley Tellison, Adeline Karen, Connor Klaus. Just a reminder that finals will immediately follow the conclusion of the FFA show.
Well, certainly a challenging class here and trying to get everything that I like to see in one and a package in one the way I want it. And then that class, I'm going to be the first to tell you, we've got a pair, third and fourth, and a first and second, and they're definitely different. I'm not going to make this a huge priority today. I mean, it's a priority, I should say that. Condition is important. I think build, the way they're made, is important as well. Third and fourth are built the way that I like them, and I don't like sorting them solely on condition, but I got to tell you, the third and fourth have just way more condition. If we're talking about a market lamb class, they've just got way too much on them today for me. If we could trim these up quite a bit, then I think they're built right in terms of being square made, opened up, dimensional, thick, square, all those things I like to start off in one. They've got that. But we got the two trim, fresh handling ones here on the front. And I'll be the first to tell you, our class winner probably doesn't hit me in every way that I'd like for him to. But he has some things in terms of condition and touch and freshness I really appreciate. He's taller at the point of his shoulders in relations to his hip. He's certainly got muscle and shape when you get over the top side of him there. He's got rack shape. His loin's smooth and fresh and ties in really good. Lower leg shape and stifle shape's really nice in that one. You step off and you study him. Yeah, I'd like to level him out through his dock a little bit. Maybe give him just a little more turn in his forerib there. But I think when you contrast them and you study him here, I think he probably puts the most good for me together here in this particular class of market lambs. Challenging one for me here is the one in second. And this is one I'd certainly like to prop this one open, give it some more dimension, starting with its chest all the way through its center body, all the way out through the last third. I'm a guy who likes them three-dimensional and opened up, and that's certainly what I change about that weather. From there on, I think you got a lot of good things in that one. I think he's fresh and correct in terms of his condition and his touch. And she's got him fitted on right today. He runs uphill really well. He's even a notch leveler right out through his hip there in comparison to our class winner. Again, just prop that one open, give that one more dimension from front to rear, and that one can run up there pretty hard. Then we get over here third and fourth, and I talked about them just a second ago. I love the way their basic build is. Square made, opened up, square at the ground. They're certainly the thickest ones out here if you just want to study them from that perspective. But one of the things that makes them look so much more opened up and square is the fact they got so much more internal condition on them. You strip that off of them, maybe there's not as much of an advantage. But I think their basic build's pretty good, but both of them get a little longer bladed, a little deeper and more mature in their overall makeup. But again, as I said, the bigger thing about them is there's just too much condition on them. I think our third place one, a little trimmer in comparison to that fourth place. I think this one hits me a little bit better in terms of freshness, a little bit better from that last rib back in comparison to our fourth. Fourth, we'd like to just elevate this one through that front third a little bit, but more importantly, certainly trim that one up. A challenging class, but if you would, let's give all these kids a round of applause.
From Class 2, we had Cadence McLagan, Valerie Himley, Kesley Tellison, and Lad Baser. In Class 3, we have Macy Smith, Allie Workman, Riley Canfield, Lad Baser, Avery Blank, and Addison Rocha. We would like to take a moment to thank our buckle sponsor for the champion FFA market lamb of Stories Trailer Sales.
Took a little more time on this class. I think it's probably the deepest class up to this point in terms of just thickness, squareness, muscle. They're all good from that perspective. I mean, a little bit of differences in terms of their condition, but I think we get into these heavier classes. I think in general they're all pretty good down through here. It's kind of some differences in my mind in terms of the way they're built and where my priorities lie. I like them to be built right. I like them to have muscle, and I like to put them into motion and see if they maintain that. And certainly in my mind, the first two do that. Now, are they perfect? No. But certainly I think they probably put the most good together. Our class winner from that last rib forward, he's easily the class winner. Right? His front third is constructed right. His neck sets on top side of his blades. Super good down his top line and level out through his dock there. You stand back. He balances and proportions really well. If I want to pick on him a little bit, I'd probably add just a shot of muscle in that lower inside leg there. At times, maybe he's not quite as secure, wants to get outside of himself just a little bit as he goes away from you. But I think in general, in this particular class, the build, the correctness when you take him on the move, the levelness down his spine as he goes, he stays flexible from that standpoint. I think for me today, he starts the class. I like a lot of things about this ewe lamb here that comes in second. She's really correct in terms of her touch and handle. Again, I think one that if you just study her body and her roundness to her ribs, she's really good. She's good in terms of the muscle that she does have. I think, again, she's one, if I want to pick on her, I'd elevate her through her front third just a little bit. But more importantly, I give her more stoutness at the ground in terms of her foot and give her more bone as well. But again, as I compare her to that third place one, I like how level she is down her top, and I really like that in terms of how she maintains it. Like our class winner, when you put her into motion around the ring, she maintains that. You get over here at third place one, and I'm sure some of you might think this one ought to start the class, and I understand that. This is one that's just packed full of muscle, especially when you step in behind him. He's got as big a lower leg and stifle shape as anything in here, really shapely as well. My issues with that one is when you study him in terms of his build, he gets a little bolder at the lower point of his shoulder, his legs get inside of him, so in terms of his lower rib shape and body, he closes in on himself. And then the big issue with that one is when you step back and you study him, he gets a little more bolder in terms of his breastplate and his brisket there, but his top line, he's not good in his spine. He's not flexible there. He's tighter spine. He's not as good and leveled out through his dock as our other two, but certainly one that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape. You can appreciate that about that particular one as well. Our fourth place over here, another one that's got some thickness, some squareness, not as shapely as these other ones, and certainly not as good in terms of balance and profile. But a very nice class. Once again, if you would, let's give these young people a round of applause.
From Class 3, we have Addison Rocha, Macy Smith, and Macy Smith. Now entering the ring is Class 4. In Class 4, we have Brady Greenwalt, Bella Workman, Violet Smith, Alyssa Norman, Cody Rupert, Valerie Himley, Brady Greenwalt, and Presley Halling.
Well, again, I think a class that has some challenges to it, not in terms of muscularity, though. This one that wins the class, she's easily, in a way, the thickest one out here. Big and bold in her rack shape, tremendously wide as she progresses back. She's super good in her hip loin hookup right there. She's got shape when you get directly behind her. She's got width and dimension. You step off and you view her on the profile. She's really good down her top side from that perspective. I'd like to change her underline. I think she needs to be dropped down in her flank. That would make her balance out in proportion just a little bit better. But easily the most muscular, most shapely one, out handles and out touches everything out here. Really correct in terms of condition. For this judge right here, I tell you, I'm just going to be so bold and say this. For me, I'd like to smooth her up in terms of her joints. I'd take some of that wool off. I'd clean her up on her head. I think that'd give her a little more youthful look. Again, I think she's dialed in terms of the other things. That's just the way I'd prefer it. I'd smooth those joints up and clean that head up if it was me. You come on over here to second and third, I think it's a bigger challenge. I went ahead and went with the Dorset. Again, I think this one, if we're talking about a market class, condition-wise, is way more on the money in comparison to our third place. I love this one's extension up through its front end. I like the elevation of the top side of her shoulder, or his shoulder, his length of neck. Again, I think he drops in his flank a little bit better than our class winner. You get behind him, and he doesn't have the power and the muscle that the ewe-lamb that wins the class does. Maybe one that doesn't is not as good heighted, so doesn't touch quite as well. But I think in this particular class, in terms of just overall balance, eye appeal, and still correctness in terms of condition, I think that one's got to be second. I thought the big challenge was between third and fourth here. One that I certainly think has too much condition on her. I'd like to change that. You strip all that condition off. Again, I think she's the more muscular one. She's the squarer down her top side. She opens up out through her dock more. I'd certainly like to change her on her feet and legs as well. But again, I think in this particular class, there's some challenges on down through here. That's the way I see it today. Again, congratulations to these young people. If you would, let's give them a round of applause.
From Class 4, we had Bella Workman, Valerie Himley, and Alyssa Norman. Next up is Class 5. We have Peyton Norman, Emmeline Karen, Kinsley Hudkins, Presley Halling, and Lexi Amundsen. Following our next class, we will immediately be going into our final FFA Market Lamb drive.
ahead and light them up right there behind them. We get this last class here, and my compliments to these, I guess we're all young ladies out here, and I'll tell you why I'm complimenting them. We get into these heavy classes, and they've got the condition and trimness right on them. I mean, that's a harder thing to do. We've seen some sheep out here today that had too much condition on them for a market class. But when we get into these heavy ones, that's where I kind of expect them to have too much. Not in the case with these young ladies' lambs out here. They've maintained them in terms of that. So my compliments to them. You start the class off with one that you really have to appreciate for when this one hits the ring. I mean, he's got all the feature about him. It's trendy today, but that's not the only thing he has. He's big at the ground in terms of his foot and bone. He's got all the power. He's a big boy in terms of weight. I mean, he's big, but he's still fresh enough to the touch. He's correct in terms of the way he maintains himself around the ring. He's an easy class winner. We go over here between second and third. I think that's where it gets a little bit closer between these two. Really like the outline and the balance and profile of the one that's the second, especially when she steps off of him, lets him just stand there. He runs uphill the way he's supposed to. He's extremely correct in terms of his touch and his handle. You study him and compare him to the blue weather behind him. I think he's just a little more youthful looking. When we start getting in these heavier weights, I think he's better in terms of his front third there. He's a little rounder in his forerib. But from his last rib back, I think he's better in terms of his length of hip and turn to his lower leg there. I think that one is a very nice one there that comes in second. The one that comes third here, the blue weather, I guess if I wanted to give him a little advantage over our second place, it's when you get directly behind him. He might be just a square, just a notch square and wider right out through his dock, but that's maybe even debatable from that perspective. He doesn't balance up quite as well as our second place. Again, I think as you compare him on down through here, I like his basic build better. I think he's opened up. He's square at the ground. As I compared him to the ones in front of him, I don't think he's as shallow. I don't think he's as youthful looking as we start to get into these heavier weights. But his basic build and his balance, proportionality in comparison to the two that are behind him is just that much better. We get to our next two, and both these are ones that we just like to make them better in terms of the levelness down their top and out through their dock. They're both of them, and we like to stouten them up in terms of foot and bone and just make them balance up better in general. The one here that comes fourth, I think she's certainly the heavier muscled one, and she's certainly got more stifle shape and squareness when you get directly behind her in comparison to the one that we wind the class up with, one that we'd like to, again, to make balance up better. And you get directly behind this one, that certainly needs more muscle when you get behind that one. Again, a nice class, if you would. Let's show them a round of applause, if you would.
From Class 5, we had Lexi Amundsen, Peyton Norman, and Emmeline Karen. We will now be doing the overall FFA Market Lamb Drive.
So something we're trying new this year is we're going to have a Supreme Market Drive tonight at 7 o'clock in the beef barn. So he will not pick the reserve and the grand champion. That will be decided tonight, along with the 4-H and the 4-H reserve and grand will be announced tonight, not today during this. Something we're going to try to bring all 4 species into one arena to pick the grand champions in a Supreme Market. So he will not line them up. The top 2 will be a random order, okay? So don't look at the way he lines them up. It will be in a random order, but he will place 3 on going down, okay? I don't want to, this is something we're trying this year, and hopefully it works well.
Are they lined up? Or are they getting there? In our final drive from Class 1, we have Cutter Driver, Michaela Lusting, and Spain Driver. From Class 2, we have Cadence McLagan, Valerie Himley, Kesley Tellison, and Lad Baser. From Class 3, we had Addison Rocha, Macy Smith, and Macy Smith. From Class 4, we had Bella Workman, Valerie Himley, and Alyssa Norman. And from Class 5, we had Lexi Amundson, Peyton Norman, and Emmeline Karen.
Okay, we got these ones out here, and again, just making sure I got it right here. We're going to pull a couple out in no particular order. They'll come back tonight, he said, for your overall grand and reserve, and then I'll place the rest. So my compliments to all these young people. FFA Market Lamb show has been very nice. Again, I think a very competitive one. Some decisions that had to be made them the way that I felt they needed to be made, and then we got them out here, and again, need to pull two of them out. So we're going to make this real simple. We'll place them tonight in terms of grand and reserve. We're going to pull, and in my mind, I should tell you this part, that I think when we get out here, in most shows, you pick the best ones, and so it is going to be a little different. I'm going to pick the two out for tonight, and there's going to be a huge discrepancy in terms of weight. It's the two best ones in my mind in terms of correctness, in terms of condition, or build, or quality. Those are the two that fit me the best. That's going to be your lightweight. It's going to come out, and your heavyweight's going to come out. Congratulations to those two. And then I'll go ahead and I'll line your other ones up for you, okay?
From Class 1, we had Cutter Driver, and from Class 5, we had Lexi Amundsen. Your third overall FFA market lamb was Addison Rocha. Your fourth overall FFA market lamb went to Macy Smith. And your fifth overall market lamb went to Macy Smith. If we could have anyone who bannered, please meet at the backdrop for a picture. In the ring now is Class 1 of 4-H Market Lambs. We have Davelyn McLean, Callie McKay, Avery Halling, Cooper McKay, Braden Duckin, Ava Pratt, Tyler McGill Castile, Thomas Karen, and Marcus Dixon.
We start this 4-H Market Lamb show with, again, a little bit of a challenge here. You know, I think the one that's built the best is probably in second, but the one that wins the class is the most muscular one. And if you want to talk about product, he easily has that the most. And I still think he's got some quality about him. I certainly think in terms of foot and bone, the way he handles his feet and legs when you put him into motion, I like that about that lamb. He's one, again, that when you step in behind him or you get your hands on him, his shape of rack, his dimension, down his top line, his hip loin there is extremely good. Again, I think he's got the most leg and muscle shape when you get right behind him. You get him here on the profile, I think that's where you want to change him a little bit. And I think it more has to do with the fact that he's just a little bit harsher today in terms of the way he looks. I think he could have a little more feel in him. Probably a little more water in him as well if he would take it and try to get that flank down in him better. I think I'd make him balance up a little bit better. But I think in this particular class, there's so much more product in that particular sheep and still some quality. He needs to start the class. I like the Southdown to come second. I think, again, just his outline, levelness down his top, his correctness, again, on his feet and legs. He's the one that I could just give him more shape and more dimension, especially as you progress from that last rib back. Square him up through his dock. I think that's my challenge for that sheep because there's a lot of things I like about him from a basic build standpoint. And he's certainly the best profiling one in terms of just smoothness and proportionality. I think he just needs more muscle and more shape there when you get directly behind him. We're going to round out in our top three here with the Blue Weather that comes next. And again, I think as you compare him to the ones down below, I'm just more muscle in this particular sheep, more dimension down his top side. Again, he's one that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well as we like to him in terms of dropping his flank in him. But I think as you compare him to the ones that are below him here, I still think he's good. He's a smooth-looking one, runs uphill, and still got plenty of muscle. Nice class. Congratulations.
From Class 1 of 4-H Market Lambs, we had Marcus Dixon, Braden Duckin, and Thomas Karen. Entering the ring is Class 2 of 4-H Market Lambs. We have Cooper McKay, Noah Wilson, Pierce Dagon, Ruby Smith, Ellison Hall, Paige Halling, David Lynn McLean, Kason Dean, and Cash Blank.
Well, our next class here of 4-H market lambs, a nice pair here on the top end. I like their basic build, their quality I think is good in both these. I like the little more extension and correctness in terms of condition as the one that we lead off the class with. I think that one is extended up through its front end. It's neat in its chest floor, really dialed in terms of condition. This one doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. Step in behind that one, it progresses and wedges the right direction. Really opens up good into a big wide hip and dock. Nice turn to lower legs. Put that one into motion. Gets just to want to get a little bit out on itself and wants to tuck up under itself on the go just a little bit. But I think it's still acceptable. That one's chest, body, again, muscularity, really nice in that one. I think a nice one here that comes second. This one's tighter made. You put him into motion in comparison to the one that we just talked about. Maybe gets just a little bit up under itself and just a little bit want to get the hocks out just a notch. We got one here that's a little more correct, but this one's tighter made. Tighter in terms of its stride off its back too, and one that when you just start to study this one's the one that wants us to get to be a little more compact, a little shorter necked, a little longer bladed, but a really smooth made one that still balances good enough. I think if we could extend that one out through its front end, I think that would help that one. I think in terms of condition, he's very fresh, just not as much shape in that rack is the one that wins the class. We get over to third, again, one that I think still got muscularity or has muscle, one that's opened up in terms of be a three-dimensional sheep. That's one we need to change in terms of a profile. That one gets a little longer bladed, tighter in its flank, not as good down its top line and out through its dock, just doesn't balance up quite as well. Again, a very competitive class. Congratulations.
From Class 2 of 4-H Market Lambs, we had Ellison Hall, Kason Dean, and Davalyn McElwain. Entering the ring is Class 3 of 4-H Market Lambs. We have Claire Shue, Eliana Dagon, Ellison Hall, Noah Wilson, Marin Wilson, Layla Deeds, Dylan Consini, Brinley Sis.
So in this class, I think a nice trio up here in the top end. I think some give and take between them. The one that starts or leads off the class, he's the most powerful one. If you want to talk about, again, muscle and product, he's easily the one that's the most shapely, the most dimensional down its top side. I think from stifle to stifle, that one's very impressive when you get behind him. I like his foot and bone work. I think he balance and profiles really good. He may get just a notch bolder in the lower portion of his shoulder there, but I still think that's picky on one that you study his length of neck in comparison to the one that's behind him. He's really good from that perspective. You put him in a motion, I think he looks the same. He holds himself together well. I think that's a nice lamb to lead off this class with. One here that comes next, I think you compare second to first. I think this one's maybe got just a little more length of body. Like our class winner, he's a shapely, and I think that's where he excels over the one that's in third. He's more dimensional from a three-dimensional perspective. I think he's got more shape and more dimension down his top side. As you rotate around him, he squares up and has more width right out through that dock in comparison to the third one. Change him up a little bit, just give him just a little more stoutness in terms of that bone work. Maybe just have him be a little bit fresher, a little more extended right up through that neck. I think the one that's really got a really neat profile, really smooth made, is the ewe lamb here that comes third. Young lady does a great job of showing this one. I think if you want to just set back and say, okay, that one profiles as good as anything out here, you like how smooth made she is, I wouldn't disagree with you. It's when you start to rotate around on her here and you get a three-dimensional look, that's where you start to want to change her. She's not as round in her forerib. She doesn't open up in the center part of her body. And you just study her on the top side here. She doesn't open up right out through her hip and her dock as the two there in front of her there. So she's just not as three-dimensional, not as shapely. But, hey, that's picking on a nice third place there as well. A really competitive group has worked her way on down through here. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
From Class 3, we had Layla Deeds, Ellison Hall, and Brinley Sisk. Now entering the ring is Class 4 of 4-H Market Lambs. We have Vincent Bass, Ayla Shu, Jacqueline Balmer, Cooper Smith, Tegan Greenwalt, Jackson Stamper, Gracie Turner, and Aubrey Smith. Just a reminder, there is a sign-up sheet in the lamb barn if there are any peewee exhibitors interested in peewee showmanship that would take place tomorrow.
probably one of the more challenging classes, not because of quality. I think the quality is really good in these top three or four here. There's some give and take between them, at least in my mind. And if you wanted to swap them around, judges say that sometimes. It's probably the truth. We could swap them around a little bit because, again, there's parts to each one of these that I can really appreciate. I think the really fresh handling one, the one that's the most dimensional, is the one that leads off the class. And he's one, again, that's very fresh and correct in terms of that condition and touch. One that's big in its rack and handles with width and dimension as you progress backwards right out through that hip and dock area. That's one that, again, when you have the young people step off of him, I think he maintains his chest floor. His shoulder stays a little more correct. He's a smoother shoulder sheep in comparison to the one here that comes in second. And again, I think from a three-dimensional perspective, he's the one that fits me the best. Now, you take him in the motion, I think he maintains it. He's right there on the edge, and you can see it when he's parked there. He wants to just get outside of himself just a little bit at times, but I think he's still acceptable. Get over here again between second and third. Our second place one is a really, again, a good profile one, and I think from the last rib back, you can appreciate the lower leg shape in that one. Not as square in its dock as the one that wins the class. And then if you progress up through the front end, that's the one that gets a little flatter in his forerib and gets just a little bit bolder in the lower shoulder, especially when you have him step off of him and you study him there when he's not on the brace. Likewise, I think you can see it when you take him into motion that he's got just a little bit more lower shoulder. The really intriguing one here for me is the one in third, because I like a lot of things about this one. I like how wide-chested, round-bodied, opened up through that center part of its body that one is. That's a bold one that's muscular and still has a pretty good look. He in comparison to the other ones, he's the deeper-chested one and longer-bladed one, but I think more importantly, that one is way stressed out today, doesn't touch and handle it. You can see it in his hide that he's stressing out there. And again, when you study him and compare him to the other ones, he's the one showing the most amount of maturity. So I think a very nice trio out here, but I think some give and take between them. That's the way I see them today. Young lady over here with the blue sheep that comes forth, he's a really tall fronted one. I told her from his last rib forward, I like the extension through the front end, and that one chest floors up, neck's long. It's when you progress back, that one gets harsher, doesn't tie in as good at its hip-loin junction. Want to lift the tail head up in that one. Again, a very competitive class. Congratulations.
From Class 4, we had Gracie Turner, Aubrey Smith, and Vincent Bass. Now entering the ring is Class 5. We have Tessa Townstead, Hazel Smith, Ava Pratt, Eliana Dagon, Paige Holling, Megan McGregor, Lainey Tallman, Brooklyn Lott, and Hattie Smith.
And just a couple of reminders, there is a sign-up sheet for Pee Wee class tomorrow. I'll leave it up until 5 o'clock tonight, so please put your requests in. I'd also like to take quick time out for Cindy Leiden, Keegan Poteski, Greg, and Cami Udick. Those are your ring stewards volunteering their help today. And also we have Peyton Laney in the ring.
certainly some give and take here on the top end of this class. And again, this is one of those classes where if you wanted to do some switching from where you're sitting, I might not argue with you. I'll tell you how I saw it here. I think these top two are extremely close. There's some give and take, and there's things about both of them that I like over the other one. You know, the longer that I study them, the dimension, the shape, and the muscle is what I really appreciate on our class winner. I think when you step in behind them, this one that wins the class progresses and is angled the right. He progressively gets wider all the way out through his hip and dock. He shows me more dimension. He's more true in his lower stifle. He's more true in terms of the skeletal width, more true in terms of his rib shape in comparison to the one that goes in second. I think he's neater in his chest and a little more up-fronted as well in comparison to the one that's in second. Now, the one in second's got a freshness and a handle quality about it that excels in this particular class. I think young lady's done a great job of getting this one dialed in, and that's what I'd like to change about the class winner. He's showing you the stress out here today. He's got those wrinkles working on him, and so that's my issue with him. But in terms of his build and muscularity, he's the better one of the two. The young lady was second, like I said. That one is fresh handling, smooth looking, and she shows lights out and getting that one stuck. You start to study him and compare him to the one that's going to be the one that wins the class. He's not as neat in his chest. He doesn't keep it all together quite as well. But I think the big difference is when you step in behind him. He's the one that wants to close in right out through his dock and his pin set right there in comparison. And you get over the top side of him, he's not as shapely coming out of his blades into his rack there. But again, that's picking on one. It's very nice between those two. And if you wanted to swap them around, I did it a couple of times. I think it's extremely close between those two. The one here that is really a long-bodied one, an extended one, and maybe not even as much pure muscle as some that are below him today. But I think in terms of correctness, when we're talking about condition in a market class, and one that's right in terms of shearing job and freshness and all those things that I can appreciate, that's what this one does. As we start to progress in these heavier weights, that one is lean. He's right in terms of freshness, so what you see is what you get in that one. He's not as opened up. He doesn't have a skeletal width that the ones in front of him do today, but I think in balance and profile and smoothness, he deserves to be in the top end in comparison to the ones that are above or below him here today. Again, I think a very competitive class. If you would, let's give these kids a round of applause.
From Class 5, we had Tessa Townstead, Hattie Smith, and Lainey Tomlin. Entering the ring is Class 6. We have Marin Wilson, Ruby Lorden, Hallie Kerr, Gracie Turner, Parker Klaus, Brinley Sisk, and Sophia Reed.
Well, it's the toughest decision that I've had to make all day. This is a really tough pair right here. And what makes it tough is they're so different, and they're both really good sheep, but they're different. And I think anybody that's watched it out here, I took a little more time on it. The difference is real simple. This one's got a lot more product, a lot more muscle in that particular sheep. He's not, in terms of just two-dimensional look, there hasn't been a better one out here today. That one's extremely good. So you got two opposite ones here. I really appreciate that one from a two-dimensional perspective, this one from a three-dimensional perspective. I like that. So you got to sit back, you have to ask yourself, okay, where are we going to end up? I'm going to get both the young ladies off of them. This sheep does come up into himself a little bit more natural. You put him into motion with that kind of muscle and that kind of structure underneath him, I think he's smooth, he's flexible, he handles it good, and I think at times his chest and his blade look even better when he's in motion versus even stuck. So there's some give and take, and if you wanted to switch those two around, I probably wouldn't argue with you, but for me, this is a market class. You have to decide, is this one good enough through his front third, because from his last rib back, he beats that one pretty handily. Rack shape, dimension on top side of his skeleton, lower leg shape, that one excels extremely well. Step around in front, his width of chest, his center body, his turn to his rib, and in his structure, foot and bone, I think that's where he excels over the one here in second. Young lady in second shows lights out on that one. He's tall fronted, he's long necked, he's got those neat features about him in terms of shag. And if I could just make that one a little wider, starting with his chest into his behind his blades there, give some more turn to his rib, open him up more. But I think as you step in behind him, what really starts to concern me is not his shapely right here, and I want to add more dimension right here in terms of his upper hip and pin set. He just gets a little flatter. But if you want to take a picture or paint a picture of a show lamb, then that's going to be that one that's in second. As we work our way on down through here, I think we've got one that's just squarer and thicker from end to end in comparison to the ones below it. I think more importantly, that one just puts it in a smoother, a little more balance in comparison to the other one. So again, an outstanding class, really close between the top pair. Congratulations.
From Class 6, we had Hallie Kerr, we had Sophia Reed, and Brinley Sisk. Now entering the ring is our final class of 4-H Market Lambs, Class 7. We have Callie McKay, Avery Halling, Jackson Stamper, Megan McRegal, Kira Mengerelli, and Candace Eider. Immediately following this class, we will go into our overall 4-H market lamb drive.
If you have a 3-legged border collie dog with a calf rope around its neck, clipped onto its collar, I have your dog in a horse stall. So if you want your dog back, please come get the dog. It would rather be with you than me.
We get to our last class of 4-H market lambs. Again, we think we have one that's a real trendy looking one to start the class with, but I think there's a lot of other things about that one you can appreciate. He's a big boy. He weighs a lot, but again, for that size and that weight, he still keeps it together. He's proportional. He balances up really good. You start at the ground. You love that about that one in terms of foot and bone. You like how his front third's put together in terms of his neck set, his shoulder blades, and how they blend into his body there. He's got a dimension through his sitter body there. He's good on the top side, got a nice turn to his lower leg. He's a good place and a simple place for me to start. Gets a little bit closer here between second and third, but again, I think one that we can really appreciate here in in second, in terms of just balance and profile. This one's better than our one in third from that perspective. I think this one handles and touches a little bit better. Certainly one that, again, I think puts it together in a better package. Probably not as good in that loin, not as stout featured as our class winner, but again, a nice sheep that comes in second. One here in third, again, one we could change in terms of foot and bone, but I think one, again, we could also change in terms of his balance. We compare him on down through here. Again, I think his basic build in terms of squareness and muscularity still needs to be in the top 3. Nice class. Congratulations.
From class 7, we had Candace Eider, Megan McGarrell, and Callie McKay. Entering the ring for our 4-H Market Lamb Drive, from Class 1, we had Marcus Dixon, Braden Duckin, and Thomas Karen. From Class 2, we had Ellison Hall, Kason Dean, and Davidlyn McLewain. From Class 3, we had Layla Deeds, Ellison Hall, and Brinley Sisk. From Class 4, we had Gracie Turner, Aubrey Smith, and Vincent Bass. From Class 5, we had Tessa Townsted, Hattie Smith, and Lainey Tolman. From Class 6, we had Hallie Kerr, Sophia Reed, and Brinley Sisk. And from Class 7, we had Cadence Eider, Megan McGarrell, and Callie McKay.
Well, hey, if you would, let's put our hands together and give these kids a round of applause for a nice 4-H market lamb show here. Just like the last one, they told me to pull 2 of them out in no particular order, and then we'll place the rest of them. So, again, I don't want to shortchange the kids when we get them out here. So I know it's slowed down a little bit, but I want to give them all a fair shot here. So sorted them. I've got them down to 2. I do think it's fairly close after that as well. It's personal preference. I like sheep that are 3-dimensional, muscular. We're talking about market lambs, ones that are correct in terms of their condition, good on their feet and legs, all those cool things, and then get as much look on them as you can in terms of balance and profile and build quality. So with those things in mind, I've got the 2 that I'm going to pull back for tonight still, and then we'll place the rest of them. One more round of applause, if you would, for these young people.
Coming back tonight at 7 o'clock is Hallie Kerr and Layla Deeds. Your 3rd overall 4-H market lamb went to Cadence Eider. 4th overall went to Sophia Reed. Entering the ring is our only class of FFA prospect lambs. In this class, we have Violet Dennis, Ava Denhode, Erica Hernandez, Ava Denhode, Macy Smith, Adeline Karen, and Porter Whitmore.
Well, one class here of the prospect FFA, and only pick top five, so that's what we're going to do, kind of like we just did a minute ago. We'll kind of just pick our top five and be done with it. There is a lot of contrast out here, I guess. We've got some that are just a little bit square and thicker and further along in their condition, and then we got some that are greener and not as far along in their condition, and maybe not as good in their build as well. So I think for me, when I think about a prospect, I want one that I think is going to feed into the future, one that's built and skeletal quality is sufficient for me, that I can project out there a little further what I think they're going to look like when I feed them. We have some that are a little bit bigger out here, so the projection's not as far. You can see some of them, maybe their chest floor is not quite as good. Where they're at is where they're at. And then we got some on here, down here, that are a little greener, but their chest floors are still good. And then I think you got to really study feet and legs on them as well and make sure they're correct if you're talking about a prospect. So with those things in mind, I'm going to show you my top five. If you would, let's give these kids a big round of applause for a really nice group out here in the Prospect FFA Lounge.
We're going to keep the show moving along, so if you would like a picture, we're going to ask that you be patient and wait with us, and you can get your pictures afterwards. For Class 1 of your 4-H prospect lambs, we have Hazel Dennis, Tessa Townsend, Marcus Dixon, Vincent Bass, Lucy Bass, Sydney Ball, Rylan Carver, Lila Sargent, Bennett Rep.
Well, really nice class here in this prospect one, and a really good one to start off with here. I think that one hits you pretty hard when that one hits the ring. You study that one. That's one that I'd certainly like to take home and put my kids on because that one looks the part. That one's made the way I like them. That one is balances up and profiles extremely well. You start at the ground, how good he is on his feet and legs, and then you rotate and you see he's three-dimensional. Really good down his top side and the way he wedges and opens up out through his last third there. Got a nice turn to his stifle. He's fresh, handles right. Nice one to start off this group with. I think it gets close between second and third, and I think you could probably go with either one of them. I chose to go one I thought that was a little closer to what I like our class winner. Ikeson's got a little more openness and more turn to his forerib in comparison to the one and third. He's not as fresh handle as the one and third. He's maybe not quite as up-fronted as the one and third, but I think that forerib for me, in terms of the way that he opens up to his center body, still wide and dimensional down his top side, still square out through his hip and dock there. I think, again, give and take between these two, but that's the one that I put on feed in terms of a prospect. This one in third, young lady shows him really well, gets him out here and gets him set up and propped up really good. And I think, again, when you just study him right there from this perspective, he's probably going to be second. It's when you rotate around on the side on this one and you start to study him right here coming out of his forerib into his body, he just gets too flat and closes in on the lower one-third of his skeleton. That's a big deal for me. I love him right here in his upper hip and rump and his turn to his lower leg. It's that forerib and how he closes in the front one-third of his skeleton. I'd like to change about that one. Again, work our way down through here. I think some lambs, a little more time on feed, certainly going to get better. Let's give these kids a round of applause if you would.
If you are top two in your class for the 4-H prospect lambs, please do not go too far. Try to stay in the barn. We're just going to keep rolling. Now entering the ring is Class 2 of 4-H Prospect Lambs. We have Rylan Carver, Lorelei Justice, Candace Eider, Sydney Ball, and Kaylin Pernuda.
Well, I told all 5 ladies out here in this class that they brought me some very competitive sheep. They're all fitted on right. They're all doing a nice job of showing them. And there's just some differences and preferences on my part. We'll start the class with the blue weather here. That's easily, in a way, the most powerful one, but I think he still puts it in a very neat package in terms of his balance and then proportionality. Get your hands on him. He doesn't disappoint you. I'm not sure how big of a sheep he's going to continue to get to be, but today he's the best one for me out here in this in this particular class. They come over here into second and third. I think it gets a little bit closer between these two in terms of which one your preference is. The blue weather here again, I think is just more dimensional. He's got more rack shape, more muscle coming out of that backside there into his upper hip. Certainly when you step in behind him, to me, he's got more width and dimension from stifle to stifle. He's maybe not quite as smooth on his profile, but I still think he balances up good enough for me out here. Really smooth one here is the one that comes in third. Really smooth on his profile, one that the young lady does a nice job of showing. Really good in terms of down his top side. He's really opened up in the upper part of his hip and docked there. Study him, I think he gets just a little flatter in that stifle. I'd like to change him there, and I'd like to make him just a notch shallower right there in his blade and his forerib there. But that's a good sheep, picking on him pretty hard. Work on our way down to fourth and fifth. Again, I think smooth sheep that just need a little more time on feed, that don't balance up and don't have quite as much shape, the one over there in fifth. Again, nice class. Congratulations.
From Class 2, we had Candace Eider and Sydney Ball. Now entering the ring is Class 3. We have Kason Dean, Paisley Orcutt, Darby Watt, Noah Nelson, Lillian Walder, Jacqueline Balmer, Noah Nelson, and Layla Deeds. Immediately following this class, we will do the Champion Prospect Lamb Drive.
This last class here of 4-H prospect lambs, and again, 2 blue ones here on the top. Here's some things I change about him. This one's certainly got a great 2-dimensional look about him. Really tall-shouldered up front and kind of a sheep. It's big-boned and big-footed. I think he gets a little harsh and a little harder looking through his center body there. I'd soften him up. His edges, I'd lift him up and flatten him out a little bit there. That's picking on him a little bit. Just put him in a motion. I think he holds it together. I think that's where he excels over the one here that comes in second. He just handles himself on the go so much better when you put him into motion in comparison to the one here that's going to be second. The one that's second, he gets a notch longer in his blade and a little flatter right there coming behind the shoulder and his forerib there. From his last rib back, I like him a lot. I think he's a little more correct in terms of his loin and the way he ties into his hip right there. So from his last rib back, he may have a slight advantage over the sheep here that wins the class. But when you put him in a motion and you study how he handles himself around the ring, he's going to have to be second for me today. A really honest, good-looking sheep here that comes in third, smooth-made, good in his build. He's just not as shallow, not as good up through his front third, and he's not as expressive and shapely coming out of his blades into his rack there as the ones in front of him. But I think a good sheep here that comes third. A nice class. Congratulations.
Entering the ring is our final drive of 4-H prospect lambs. From Class 1, we had Layla Sargent and Tessa Townsend. From Class 2, we had Candace Eider and Sydney Ball. And from Class 3, we had Lillian Walder and Layla Deeds. After this class, we will be taking a short break for pictures, and then we will immediately roll into our FFA breeding lamb classes.
Again, a nice prospect show here in 4-H, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking on it. There's one that just, I think, hits me extremely hard. I think the depth and quality in here is really good, and that these young people have done a great job of showing them. Why don't you give them a big round of applause before I tell you how I'm going to line them up. So I said there's one in here that just hits me really hard, and that's, I mean, I think this one is as super complete as I've seen today. I think this one doesn't, for this guy anyway, he just doesn't have a lot of holes in him. He's probably as good looking on the profile as you can make one with that kind of muscle. This one's wide and square. His muscle fits his frame. He's good on his feet and legs. You put him in a motion, he doesn't deviate one bit. Just super good on his feet and legs. And then I think we've got a couple after that that have a lot of high quality to them as well that fit me real good. All of them being three-dimensional, good-looking sheep. And then I think it gets close between fourth and fifth. Again, a really nice job here. Congratulations to these young people. I'll show you those top five.
Your champion 4-H prospect lamb goes to Layla Sargent. Reserve went to Candace Eider. Third went to Lillian Walder. Fourth, Layla Deeds. Fifth was Sydney Ball. In Class 1 of FFA breeding lambs, we have Riley Canfield, Valerie Hemley, Belle Orcutt, JC Cox, Connor Klaus, Stella Daw, Addison Rocha, and Adeline Karen. And Spain Driver.
I think, a competitive group here in this set of ewe lambs. I think, again, it's some give and take between these two. Certainly the front third of this one and the two-dimensional profile look that she gives you, she excels extremely well in this class. She's angular on the profile. She's up in her chest. She's tall-shouldered, long-necked, good-looking ewe from that perspective, and she's still got muscle in her. I'd change her just a little bit right there in her forerib in terms of opening her up and rounding her up just a little bit. But I think when you compare her to the other ones, there's so much quality in that one. She needs a start to the class. Young lady's crossbred here that comes in second. I think that's a good, honest one. She's not the shallowest. She's not the tallest fronted, but I think her basic build, balance, and proportionality is extremely good. She's got her correct in terms of her touch and handle today. I think that's a very nice female that comes in second. Come over here to third, and that's one, again, that's dimensional, got some width down her top side there, really wide and square in her loin. Gets a little bit off in terms of her balance and her profile. It becomes very much more evident when you put her into motion that she doesn't hold herself together, doesn't balance up when she's on the go. Again, a nice class. Congratulations.
From Class 1, we have JC Cox and Valerie Himley. In Class 2, we have Porter Whitmore, Deacon Hardenbrook, Clara Daw, Lad Baser, Riley Canfield, Valerie Himley, Peyton Norman, and Alyssa Norman.
All right, to my goat families and those that have goats and those that know that they have goats maybe in their club, please pass along the word. We are going to start 10 minutes after the conclusion of the sheep show. We're going to give our judge just enough time to take a quick break and a breather, and we're going to keep on rolling because we have a supreme show tonight, and I know some of us are showing other species. So only a 10-minute break from the final end of the sheep show. 10 minutes between the final end of the sheep show and the first class of FFA goats.
First class of ewe lambs here, and again, I think a very competitive one, especially in top pair here. I think both of them have some similarities, but some differences. I guess is the trimmest one. I think she's the most honest one in terms of when you get your hands on her. What you see is what you get when you do put your hands on her. I think she's really smooth made and still balances good on the profile. She's good on her feet and legs. I just think she puts it together in a neater package in comparison to the second. Second's a nice ewe. She's one that gets a little bit deeper from the top of her blade to the point of her blade. She wants to get a little straight off those back two. Underline's not quite where I'd like to see it. Really good down on the top side, really wide and opens up in her loin and up through her upper hip. Just like to make her balance up a little bit better in comparison to the class winner. Round out the class with one. It's still relatively green and raw. This one needs more time on feed, and certainly we'd check to change that one just a little bit off its back legs. But in comparison to the other ones, I just like the extension and elevation that one has in comparison to the other ones in the class. Again, congratulations.
Coming out of Class 2, we have Clara Daw and Lad Baser. Entering the ring is our Supreme Drive for FFA breeding lambs. Out of Class 1, we have JC Cox and Valerie Himley. And out of Class 2, we have Claire Daw and Lad Baser. Porter, can you please come to the back side of the ring, please?
We'll kind of keep this thing moving along, but we get the breeding ewes out here in FFA and compare them real quickly. The first class winner, she's the real angular one that you love the front third of her when you get her on the profile. She's shallow chested, long necked, good in terms of elevation through her front third, cuts you a really good profile. I like that about her. You step in behind her, if I wanted to change her, I'd open her up in her rib and her body, her center portion there, especially coming out of her blade. She wants to get a little flatter in her forerib. That's where I would change that particular one. The one that wins the next class is one that, to me, I said just a really good, solid one. She's more opened up. When you step in behind her through her center body, she's got more dimension in terms of width of loin and right out through that rump. She's not as cool and elevated and angular on the profile as the first class winner. The second place crossbred over there in that particular first class, Again, I lot like our Class 2 winner, really just good in her line. She's not elevated really extended out through her front end like the one that beats her in the class, but I think she's one that just balances and proportions real nicely. She's good through the center part of her body, and she's certainly got muscularity. And then we just got done talking to the blue sheep here, one again that's got muscle, one that's good down this top side. Maybe we like change it in terms of its underline. They want all. You guys give them a big round of applause, and I'll show you those in the order that I place them.
Your champion FFA ULAM went to Riley Canfield. Reserve went to JC Cox. Third was Valerie Himley, and fourth was Lad Bates. We are going to hold off on pictures until after the 4-H breeding ewes show. Entering the ring is Class 1 of 4-H breeding lambs. We have Heston Whitmore, Lillian Walder, Rylan Craver, Lucy Bass, Tessa Townsend, Layla Deeds, Layla Sargent, Madeline Pernuda.
Well, fun class here. A really neat, good-looking one here to start off the class with. She hits the ring, and you don't miss her. She's one that's made right in terms of her skeletal build and qualities. Really good. She's a muscular one. It's really shapely coming out of her blades into her rack. Really good loin, really good in her upper hip. You can see the stifle shape in her. Good on her feet and legs. She's got more than an adequate amount of bone. That's a really nice one to start the class off with. I thought it got a little more challenge. You had to sort this one here that comes in second. She's not wanting to cooperate for the young lady. She's fighting her, but when she just relaxes and lets that ewe set there, she's the one who more closely matches the class winner. She's square in her build. She's opened up, really good and through her center body, and that's where she excels over the one that comes in third. She's muscular. Just, again, get off of her, let her relax, let her stand up, and then she shows herself off. She's big and bold in that rack shape. She's got a lot of muscle when you get directly behind her. That's a nice one that comes in second. A really couple of good-looking ones here in third and fourth in terms of feet and legs, bone, shag, all those good things. They cut a really good two-dimensional look. They're not as bold and opened up coming out of their blades into the center part of their body. They get a little flatter in their forerib. I thought this one showed me just a little more squareness right there in that forerib in comparison to the one that comes in fourth. But ones, again, that I just like to make them round our body and open them up to that center body. Muscularity, all those things are really good. Nice class. Congratulations.
From Class 1, we had Layla Sargent and Tessa Townsend. Entering the ring is Class 2 of the 4-H breeding ewes. In this class, we have Hattie Smith, Lillian Walder, Braden Duckin, Parker Klaus, Addison Gronley, Kason Dean, Delaney Cox, and Kaylin Pernuda.
Again, I think a nice trio out here in these three. Some differences between them, it's pretty obvious. I think the one that just puts the most good together. She's not the biggest one. She's not the tallest fronted one. She's just the good one out here in terms of balance, profile, and muscularity. She's going to make a super nice ewe. Again, she's not the tallest fronted, but her rib and her body matches the muscle. She still balances out in proportions really good. She's good on her feet and legs. That's just a pretty much a solid no holes ones for me today here to start that class off with. The next two may be a little taller and more extended through their front third, but they're the two, if you think about productivity, the two that probably get a little flatter in their forerib. The one that comes next is really big boned and big footed. I like that. I think that one through the front third from that last rib forward is really good. Link the neck, chest fore, elevation, top sides blades. When you get back, the loin on this one, I'd like to change it, smooth it up, make it blend in a little bit better. But more importantly, I'd probably change her up right out through her dock right here in comparison to the one that wins a class. But I think a couple of nice ones there. Likewise, the blue ewe here that comes next, a tall, extended one. Really got a lot of foot and bone underneath this one. I think she gets this comparison to the other two. She gets a little flat or a little narrow and flatter in her forerib right here. Not as much internal leg and depth of twist as the ones above them today. But those are three nice ewes. Let's give these kids a round of applause if you would.
Out of Class 2, we had Hattie Smith and Lillian Walder. Entering the ring is Class 3. We have Lorelei Justice, Titus Whitmire, Nora German, Vincent Bass, Tyler McGill Castile, Haven Inman, Addison Gronley, Noah Nelson, Megan McRegal, and Riley Justice.
Again, I think a very competitive class here with these ewes up. The stout featured one here leads off. I mean, she's big at the ground in terms of foot and bone. She is one that opens up and has width and center dimension to her. She's really smooth the way her blade lays into her body right there. You put her into motion, you'd like to lift her up and have her walk a little taller fronted, maybe stretch her neck just a little bit. I think in this class, though, she's the one that shows me the most positive things starting at the ground. As I said, she's still muscular. She's got the depth of flank and rib and productive look to her. Again, I think in this particular class of breeding ewes, she's the one that needs to start the class off with. This one that comes second has got some neat things about her. I think she's really fresh and correct in terms of her touch today. I think she's got a really neat upper hip and lower leg shape to her. Maybe she's not quite as neat through her front third as our class winner is. Maybe gets just a little bit longer body and makes her flank look a little tighter. In turn, she doesn't balance up quite as well as the class winner, but a lot of quality in that ewe as well. The Dorset ewe here that comes next is one that probably gets just a little deeper when you read her on the profile, but she's really good in her lines. She's going to make a great ewe in terms of having a productive look. She's good on her feet and legs. Just like to smooth her up in terms of her handle today. I think she gets a little thicker heighted. She gets deeper through her forerib there and deeper, a little longer in her blade. Again, a nice competitive class of ewes here. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Coming out of Class 3, we had Addison Gronley and Vincent Bass. Entering the ring now is Class 4 of 4-H breeding ewes. We have Addie Whitmire, Candace Eider, Layla Sargent, Aubrey Smith, Jacqueline Balmer, Marcus Dixon, Lexi Haynes, Jacqueline Balmer, Mathis Inman, Jackson Stamper.
There's no question when this and it's the ring, this is the class winner. I think she's an outstanding looking ewe. Another one of those that I think's made extremely good. Start at the ground, like I've said on some of the rest of them, really good on her feet and legs. You like the substance she's got underneath her. She's got all those neat things about her, but then you work your way up. I think she's good in terms of her chest, how opened up she is in the lower 1/3 of her carriage there. Really round body there, but really muscular on the top side of her skeleton in terms of shape and dimension. Lower stifle and leg shape there looks really good. That's a nice one. It wins the class fairly easily in my mind. I think the decisions between second and third, and I could probably swap these two around and talk them. And I chose again to go with one I thought was a little more extended through its front end in terms of neck length, still good down her top line, still got plenty of muscle, and a little more shapely. Now, she's not as soft through the center portion of her body, and her flank is the one that's in third, and that's where I'd like to change her. But again, I think she has a lot of positives for me today. She's going to come in second. I like this one here that the young lady's fitted on really nice here in third. She's really fresh and correct in terms of her touch. She's one that's really wide and dimensional across her loin there. Super good edges in her. Maybe square right up, right out through her dock right there in comparison to the ones above her. She's got a nice turn to her lower leg and a good round body in her. Again, she's not as long up through her front third neck extension. Elevation in her chest as the two in front of her today. I think a very competitive class one here comes fourth. A little more maturity in her, but I think for maturity she still holds her body together and her chest. Today she's just a little rougher looking today. Change her on her feet and legs just a little bit. Nice class. Congratulations.
Out of Class 4, we had Layla Sargent and Addie Whitmire. Entering the ring for our Supreme 4-H Breeding U drive, we have Layla Sargent, Tessa Townsend, Hattie Smith, Lillian Walder, Addison Gronley, Vincent Bass, Layla Sargent, and Addie Whitmire. Following the conclusion of this class, we will take a 10-minute break, and then goats will start lining up in the far corner behind the bleachers.
Well, we get these young ladies and young men out here to pick a 4-H breeding ewe deal, and I think, in my mind anyway, today as we sorted through them, and I know we got goat shows still to go, so I'm going to take up a lot of time, but I think these kids deserve a big round of applause because as 8 of them out here, this might be as deep an 8 as I've seen out here today. A lot of quality and a lot of depth in them. I think really some neat ones out here that we could spend some time talking about it. But again, we're getting short on time, so we're going to keep moving along. But again, my congratulations to all of you here because it gets me going when I get to see a lot of high quality ones like this. So good job. I'll shut up and I'll pick your top 5.
Your champion is Layla Sargent. Your reserve is Layla Sargent. Third is Tessa Townsend. Fourth is Hattie Smith. And fifth was Addison Gronley.